Morning, good morning. Oh, let's see, but I need to adjust my camera a little here. Good morning. Well, I get that webcam set up and going, and it was set up and going yesterday, and then Windows doesn't like it. Windows decides it needs to do an update. And every time Windows does an update, I can't stream anymore off of my webcam. It just won't take it. It messes up some setting in there. They say, oh, you need security. And I'm going, yeah, you make it so secure I can't do a darn thing. Good morning. Let me get my YouTube set up over here. My goodness sakes. So much. I think not only do I need a new PC, because this one was a used PC that I got from Anne. And it was a couple of years old when she got it, I believe. I don't know if she got it new or not. But let me get into my stream. It was used when I got it, and I used it for about a year. And now nothing's working. Hi, Arlene. Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Mina. So I am streaming off of my phone, but I'm going to have to take my phone in today. The battery's expanding. I'm on that phone constantly, and I know what they're going to say. Get off the phone. But I've been thinking about it. I've always wanted a note. Where I can actually draw on the screen, and this may be the time to get it. So my PC may be another year away. We'll see. I don't know how they will stream if I get a note. I'm going to have to go in and talk to my friendly Verizon folks. I'm a familiar face at their office. Hi, Mina. Hi, Nancy. Good morning. Good morning, Cheryl. And Arlene. Well, I've been working on this bag. And when I do my thumbnail, if you saw my thumbnail from yesterday afternoon, when I do my thumbnail, when I snap that picture and then I put the photo auto settings on, it brings out some of the colors a little bit brighter than they are, and I could adjust and play with that, but I don't. This is done with craft paint, and I'm really happy with this. I am happy with it. What I want in my my stencils are behind me, but I've been thinking maybe make a deco art bag out of this. Do some deco, and I say deco art, I mean Art Nouveau, out of that book that, if I can get my hands on it. I have all the, let's see, let's put this wax paper in between. So I'm wanting to upgrade some of my technology here, and I don't know if it's all going to work in the long run. I may have some. Okay, this was my art bag. This is the one that Becky sent me. Bless her heart. Bless Becky's art cart. And Ruth Lamb. Bless Ruth Lamb's art cart. And let's see. This is Cheryl. Thank you so much for this. I'm getting down to my Art Nouveau book. I have all the Happy Mail out from yesterday. So let's just kind of, let's see, some of this I wanted to put in my art journal itself, and I think these were them. Yeah, because I had Ruth's envelope here. And that's going to go in my Art Nouveau journal. And what else do I have here? Hold it in here. This is my art card. And I'm getting down. This is my April startings here. This is Becky's paper. I'm looking for my Art Nouveau book. It's here. Well, it may not be here. What did I do with that Art Nouveau? Yeah. See, I'm not set up. I'm not set up, I confess. Here's my calendar scrap things. I'm going to keep those out. I've been cleaning and sorting. I did that doodle out of the, let's take these and put in here. I should just art journal this morning. Here's my Art Nouveau. And well, what did I do with the book that Becky sent me? I'm looking for the book that Becky sent me, and I'm not seeing it here. Gur and Growl. It's my ruler. You see, I've set this stuff over to the side as I'm working, and this is how it ends up. Well, phooey. Just when you want it, it's not there. Come on. It should be in here. Pattern paper, pattern tissue. But sure enough, it's not here. I've had enough of this. I'm going to take this whole stack of paper and set it across the room because it's just, it all needs to be sorted through. And I should have done this while I was working on my bag yesterday afternoon though. Take this whole stack of paper, and maybe if I go across the room I'll find the book across the room. And when I say whole stack of paper, I'll show you what I mean here, because I got it in my hands. Here. That's all stacked up over on my desk here. And this. And ink pens. And here's one of my rulers that I was looking for. And Tim Holtz stuff. See, this all needs to be sorted out. It just keeps stacking up for me. And I keep piling it up. I'm going to put it all over there in a pile. And I need a big box. And then I need to go through it. I need to go through it all. Napkins that Norma sent me. Ink pens, more napkins, my zines. I'm still piling it in my hands. My crochet thread. Give me a minute here. Give me a minute. I'm going to put this over here. I'm going to put this over here on the box that Becky sent me. And then after my stream, I'm going to sort it out. Because it's all stuff I want. It just keeps piling up on me. I'm looking for that Art Nouveau book. Isn't that strange that I can't find it? Because it was right here. All right, now these are projects, except for these. These are scraps. I can throw these away. These are projects that I'm working on. They can go back over here. Well, I guess I won't do the design out of Becky's book this morning because I cannot put my hands on it. And this is making its own little stack. You guys are laughing at me, I know. Let's get back down to my bag. All right, I'm back down to a workable surface. Yeah, let's see what's down here. I got some wooden shapes, some lace, some paint brushes, more scraps, the instruction book to my webcam, a fussy cut, a piece of washi tape. I'm looking for that. You guys get in dilemmas like this? Oh, I know you do. I know it's just not me who does these crazy things. Here's the Reminisce book. Maybe I'll just get out and do some sketching and save my bag for later this afternoon, because I wanted to do Art Deco designs out of Becky's book, but I can't find Becky's book. I had it here the other day and I was doing doodles out of it. Something fell behind me. It was just my Jungle Book here. We can play with my Jungle Book. It just frustrates me. I'm frustrated. I was frustrated the minute that Chrome browser started spinning on me. Well, I'm sure not seeing the thing. Is this it? No. I'm sure not seeing it, so I'm going to move on. We're not going to work on my bag this morning because what I want to do, I'm going to have to pull everything out of this room again into the dining room just so that I can straighten things out. What I want to do on this bag is I want to get that Art Nouveau book out that Becky sent me, and I want to put some Art Nouveau in here, and I could probably do it myself, but did I put that book in the... Wait, let me look one more place here. I might have put it in the bag, the kit bag. Maybe I put it in here. I'll bet I did. I did. Oh, I found it. See, I put it away. I put it in the Art Nouveau caboodle kit. Yes, I did. Is this it? Is this it? Wait, hold it. Yes. All right, we're back to working on it. Whoa. After some frustration here. Okay, so what I want to do, let me look at chat. I still have to sort all that stuff out on the other side of my room. Here's all the scrappies I save. I want to catch up on my calendar. I keep saving scrappies. Let's put them in here. This is calendar scrappies. I've got bags of calendar scrappies. I've been working on my calendar. All right. I'll just put that over here. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. Let me look at chat. Let me look at chat. Gail's here. Hi, Gail. Mary, I get into those situations every single day. You know, I'm to the point. I'm to the point where I'm going to have to take some stuff out of this room. It's closing in on me. It's closing in on me. Ow. It's like the walls I'm being smothered by art, which is good. It's a good thing. But I am getting kind of frustrated because you saw that pile of stuff I had in my hands. And those are all things that I'm working on. But, you know, what I need to do, and that's one reason why I'm liking what we're doing here with the project bags. I need 10 zillion project bags because, like this book, I put it back in the bag. And if I can train myself to put things back into the kit bag, then I'd know where to look for them. Instead, I'm looking through this pile of current project stuff. Ah. Let me have a sip of coffee. You guys come here to see all Mary's goofs ups here. Hi, Kimberly. Hi. Let's see. Gail is here. Hi, Gail. Cheryl, Arlene. Hi, Tammy. Tammy. We are getting to know you from Pearl, your channel, Tammy's Passions. Did I subscribe to your channel? I'm going to have to go out and make sure that I subscribe to your channel. Pearl was on your channel the other night doing a sale, and I didn't want to pop in on you on your channel without you knowing it. And I had messaged Pearl thinking that the sale was going to be on her channel. So it's good to know you. Good to get to be able to talk to you, and welcome to our world. There's Jersey. Hi, Jersey lady. The Jersey crafter. Kimberly says, Mary, I'm flying over on my Swiffer to help you sort out. Sorting, though, to be honest with you, sorting is something that you need to do yourself. I love people's offers to help me, Kimberly, but the thing of it is, I would no more know where you put something than I know where I put something. And I'd be throwing stuff here and throwing stuff there, and where's my Art Nouveau book? No, what I really like is doing these project bags. You're going to be seeing me do more of these type of things. And I might just go and buy some too. I might just order some from Amazon, just order a stack of them. And then I could file my current projects in there, and at least I know where things I'm working on is. And I'm going to have to take a lot of stuff upstairs. This just has closed in on me so much that I'm frustrated. Jersey says, I'm organizing seam binding by wrapping it. Oh, that's cool. It could be going through that pile, Jersey says. Jersey says, I understand. I have a massive pile on the side of my desk to go through. And my desk is so small, and I got my laptop over here, and I've been frustrated this morning because I thought, well, you know that story. There's Jersey coming in with her rainbows. And Malia says, Malia made that, and I had it sent to her. Yeah, I understand that, Cheryl, and thank you so much. I'm loving it. I think I'm going to work in it and send it back to you. I think I'm going to work in that journal. Now, I won't guarantee when you'll get it. I need to send you the other one. That's another thing that's frustrating me, is I have all this happy mail piled up. So I don't know. I have this something inside of me when I think about sending happy mail just stops me. I don't know what it is. It's not laziness. It's not wanting to do it. There's just something that I say I get sidetracked, but there's something inside of me that stops me from sending that happy mail. I don't know what it is. It's not even going to go there any more than that. But I will get it sent one of these days. It may be, well, I can tell you on your hummingbird, Cheryl, your hummingbird envelope, what's stopping me there for sure is once I figure out how I'm going to do all these prints that I'm, like my lion, and I want to set those up for the super chat folks, but I'm in a search for a low-cost way to make those prints. And I think I'm just going to have to take it to the library. I think I'm just going to take it to the library and see if I can't. They have a media center, and I've taken it to the office store, but, I ended up paying 75 cents a print at the office store. And when I thought, well, maybe if I go to a printer and do it in bulk, they'll lower the cost. They upped the cost. They went $1 a print, and I cannot afford that for 25 plus prints times 25 plus people. That's just, I'm not that. I'm not in a business where I'm bringing in money that I can do that. I have the super chat money, but the super chat money I'm saving for another thing. So I'm looking for a low-cost way to make my prints. So that's what's holding me up on your hummingbird. Nancy was in here, Hudson Sailor. She probably ran when she saw the stack of stuff. Help, Mary. Gosh, Mary's got an art sickness. All right, I'm back up to the top here. Oh, I got my head in the way. Sorry about that. Let's bring my laptop over here. Okay. Got my head in there. All right, let's sketch. Let's choose a Art Nouveau design to put on here. See, something like this would look really nice in a light green out in the background, but also kind of the design put on there, but then kind of pushed into the background. So I'm looking for one that will fit. I don't want something so intricate that it'll take me forever to do it. That one's kind of cool, but this one has kind of these leaves on it. I'm leaning toward that. I love this Art Nouveau book that Becky sent me. She's been so good to me lately. You guys have been super good to me. And you know what I'd really like to do is cut a stencil, maybe just out of a piece of cardstock. And I could stencil through that stencil. Ooh, this maybe. This is cool. This has these leaves. I'm leaning toward this one or this one. And I should probably zoom in a little. Now I am on my phone. And my phone, I don't know. It's kind of risky doing the streaming off of my phone this morning. I am going to have to go in this afternoon. I'm going to have to miss Becky's stream. But I think she's going to paint. I think she's going to work on something else because I think she's going to sew next week, she said. So I can always work on my bags here this morning. I kind of like that other one. Let's go back to it, wherever it was. Well, I didn't put a marker there. It was this one. I kind of like the leaves, just this area here, but I like this one that it's more stylized. I'm leaning toward this one. So let's get out. Let's just play here. As long as Mary's frustrated to no end, let's just increase it. Let's get out a piece of black paper here. Now, black? Do I want black or do I want white? I think I'm going to get out black so it'll show up. And let's get out my cutting board. And I think that'll be good. I'm just going to play this morning. We'll just do my best. All these papers decided they wanted to fall on me here. Wait, let me. Now I need 20 times the space that I have. Let's see, I got this box in here. What is that box doing there? It's an empty box. I got this day journal that I've been meaning to work in. All right, hold it, guys. I'm going to have to straighten this stuff up. Hold the phone. It's decided to curl up on me here. Behind my chair. I can't even move my chair. Now, what are you doing? All right, there we go. Alrighty, See this day book here? Isn't this cool, day book? And I'm going to have to fix this binding here or it's going to continue to tear off. I've had this for a while. I need to fix this binding, just kind of put some glue in there and glue that down. Because around here, it gets tossed from one place. And it's got all sorts of written notes in there. And I think they're doctors. I think this came from a doctor's office. This is so cool. And it's totally full. This page is loose. And I haven't decided what I want to do with it yet. It's pretty long. It's about 15 inches long and about 7 inches wide. I'm just not quite sure what I want to do with it. I've been hoarding it. All right, as you can tell. All right, what I want to do is draw this design or a semblance of this design on here. And I'm going to try to sponge it over here in different places. Now, I'm going to have to draw with my white pen. And yes, I have a white pen. I bought some of those, white gel pens the last time I was at Hobby Lobby. I thought I had one out, and I do, because it belonged right there. But we are not going to spend all morning looking for it. I've already spent all morning looking for stuff. It's about time for me to take this drawer out of the desk and organize it again. I kind of know where things are in there. Alrighty. Mary's gonna settle down and actually do something. It's been one of those mornings. I don't feel like going anyplace today. I'm hoping my phone will just hold off just a little bit more. But I don't know. I should probably just go do it. All right, let me zoom in just a little so you can see a little better here. Was Rhonda here? Let me zoom in a little. Let me look at chat too. Hi, Rhonda. Mary, it's putting the address on everything. Yes, that may be it with the mailing, getting that mailing stuff ready to go. But you know what I need to do now, because I'm trying not to do any more giveaways until I get what I have given. And, you know, I need to actually put it in envelopes and get it all. I have dominoes that I want to send to people. And I did all of those envelopes. I have painted ladies on envelopes. Those lady envelopes that I painted, those need to go out. I have Gail, I want to send her that Coca-Cola book, or not Gail, Teresa. And Gail, I have a little cluster piece that I made that I want to send to her. And Cheryl and Sue Hennessy and Karen Kay, I mean, it's on, and Becky and Arlene. I've got it all stacked up over there. But there's just something, you know. Let's see if I can get this pen. Yeah, it'll be good enough. All right. Good morning, Rhonda. Let me go down to the bottom. Tammy says, one is the HPNV and the other one has the number, and the numbers are both inkjets that print on cardstock too. Rhonda, one from HP. What is Rhonda and Tammy talking about? I went from $70 buying 2 cartridges of ink, like $3.99 a month. It's a huge savings. Oh, is that the HP one from the Best Buy, Tammy, that you're talking about? Insta Ink, where they send cartridges at a low cost monthly automatically, so I never run out. So you like that deal. They have that deal at Best Buy, and I don't have my printer set up, but when I bought my printer, I told him, he tried to get me signed up for that, and I told him, I said, well, I'm not sure yet. And well, I don't have my printer set up, so I'd have 12 to 15 months of ink cartridges stacked up. Here's the link, the bags I ordered for holding my projects. Oh, okay, Jersey. I'll go back and grab that link. I'll go back and grab that link. See if I can get something. I want to do project bags, but you know, I'm to the point to where I need to put stuff in stuff just because you saw what I had out on my table, and that's all stuff that I'm working on. Most of that stuff that I had out here in my great big hands was stuff that I'm working on. Okay, then I have to go hunting for it. Let's go back down. Mary, for Happy Mail, try doing a day, mate. 5 a day. 5 a day? Maybe one every 5 days. Yeah, you just needed bags to put your stuff in like now. Yeah, I think that's where I'm going to have to go, Jersey. And, you know, it's really working. It's really working for the kits that Rosemary sends. Because, see, they're in. I've got all my little caboodles in kits. And sometimes I forget that I put the stuff back in the kit. Like I put this Art Nouveau that Becky sent me in the book, the Art Nouveau caboodle, to keep them together. All right, let's just settle down, Marian. I want to cut a stencil quick here. So I want to do something fairly, can you guys see that? Can you actually see it? Probably not. Let's see. That's why I like my big whiteout pens. You can actually see. I can see that pretty good. Can you guys see that? Let's see. This drawer. Something's keeping it from opening here. I'm all right. I'm all right. I thought I had another whiteout in here. I opened one the other morning. I got an oil-based white here. I think this is it. This white pen works, but it's not very bright when I'm doing stuff like this. Let me close this up again. Now, what's this? Needle threaders. I'll be wanting my needle threaders. All right. All right, I'm back to... Jersey says, I was taking up all this space in my drawers and of my 2 carts with my projects. Now I'm freeing up that space. Yeah, that's kind of like where I need to go, Jersey. I need to free up space. I think it's this one that I got out the other morning. Let's draw here. Alrighty. So I'm just going to make I'm going to cut out a simple stencil here, hopefully. Well, let's see, let's draw a center piece here. We need one coming up this way. That one's getting kind of, but okay, okay. I'm not in the mood to go anyplace today, but I know I got to go get this phone taken care of. I'm not in the mood to do it. Alrighty. There's that. And then it's got some... Now I have to keep in mind that I'm going to cut a stencil out of this. And this is just cardstock. So I don't know, getting wet paint on this cardstock, but maybe will toughen it a little. We'll see. Well, that needs to be cut a little smaller. I want a little one over here. And let's do some diamond shapes in here. And comes like this. This is the way to start the morning, though, is to throw stuff on the floor. All right, then it has some little boxes in here. And this might be as far as I go. I might put something in here and in here, but let's do the little boxes. We can play with this. And let's put a shape like, I don't know if I can cut that out. Something like that in here. I'm getting awful close to the edge there. Now, yep, Mary, yepers. I like my design, but I'm getting too complicated for a stencil. I might be. And I'm awful close to the edge. That's where I started out at. Alrighty. We're going to stop there. And then let's pick, I'm not sure about this. I actually like how this comes down like that. But I think what I'll do, I think I'll just leave that. Let's pick another one just to play. Let's do one down in here. Excuse me. Let's do it kind of in the center. And this is paper, so it will cut pretty easy with my X-Acto knife. And then it has kind of a half one here. And it has a line coming up like that. Probably more of a curve than what I have. And then some here and one in here. And then another line coming like that. See, this is it. When I do something like this, I end up doing more. Cutting a stencil with this. And then Becky sent me Art Nouveau, so I have to play with that. It isn't just painting a bag and sewing it, which is what Becky's doing. Oh, did you guys watch Becky's stream? Oh, her project is beautiful. This kind of should be curvier in here and meet each other. I haven't cut it yet, so when I cut it, I'll make it curvier. And make this in here. All right. Becky's bag is just beautiful. She did an excellent job. She's still painting on it, I think. She did a really good job on the one that she did yesterday. Just beautiful, Becky. Yeah, it comes down a little like so. I'm not saying these are perfect. I'd have to draw them several times to get them to look like what's in there, but I'm getting the semblance of them. And maybe one more like so. And like so. Ah, it's okay. Let's bring this one out a little bit more. Alrighty. Let's get out my knife and see what I can do here. I'm going to put this back with my bag. What's Mary looking for now? I'm looking for my knife. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Here it is. Rattle, rattle, rattle. I do like this top drawer though. I kind of know where things are now in here, but I stuff other things in and it's getting to the point where I'm going to have to see, look, see that catches? Just take this out and put it in there and throw this away, Mary. Well, save the cardboard. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to save it or not. Well, I might be able to. Save the cardboard for Tay. Throw this away. I need to set me up a little bag for, I've got sewing boxes, but I'm accumulating needles in here. And I need to set me up a little box for, and don't go sending me one. I've got one that I'm going to use for my bobby pins. I've got them on a ring now. Now I keep them right here in my top drawer. But I've got an accumulation of needles as I've been working on stuff. And these are hand needles. These are not sewing needles. These are hand needles. These are the ones I got the other day. I need to go back and get some heavy duty ones. Heavy duty. All right. All right. You guys are seeing my white hair peek in. This camera's awful close to my desk. So when I bend in to look at things, let's see. Tammy saying, my daily journal entries all begin with Dear God. Aw, Tammy, that's sweet. I used to do, and I still kind of do, but I don't document it. Good morning, Father God prayers in my journal. I have journals where I would write out a daily prayer, and I start it, good morning, Father God. Laura. Rhonda says, Laura, that would be great. I could help you. I love helping people. That is one of my problems, why I don't make all those things. What do you do with it all once it's made? It piles up behind you because you're paranoid about sending it out. All right. Maybe that's my problem. I'm paranoid. Mary's got a paranoia problem. Oh, am I going to have to put in a new blade? I might have to put in a new blade. Well, we'll see. No, it's cutting it. Don't tell the world. Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. I just need to put some pressure on it. I was thinking about those erasers that I carved. They need to go out. Now that the mail is a little more straightened out, I think, now that the election is over with. Mina, I carved another eraser. Did I carve that eraser? Or did I just do design? I think I carved your eraser, didn't I, Mina? Recarved your eraser? I think it's sitting over there. I sent out 4 erasers. I sent one to Becky and one to Mary 2 and one to Janet. And Becky and Janet and Mary 2 all got their erasers. And Mina, I sent one to Mina, her little teddy bear, and he got mangled. Or, well, the envelope got mangled. We don't know what happened to him. He's disappeared. And so I carved her another one. I remember designing it. I can't remember if I carved it. A little teddy bear sitting in a chair holding a heart. But I haven't sent it out yet. And I've got about, I think I carved a total of 15 erasers for people. Christmas a couple years ago. And they're sitting over there. My postcards from that I wanted to make for last year at Christmas. Well, at first I was going to do them all unique and separate, and that didn't work. So then I had photos made out of them, but when the photos came back, the fronts of them are okay, but I don't like the print on the back. So they're sitting over there ready to be worked on. Maybe next Christmas I'll get them sent. And I have a great big project list, but then somebody does something cool, like caboodles and project bags, and here I am. And of course, when I do something like this, I just don't stop. I just don't stop at a simple design. I got to do things like cut a stencil out. Now, that's what makes life fun. That's what makes life fun. Ooh, that's kind of cool when you look at it from this side. Here it's kind of hard to see where the lines are. Now this is not going to be a, let's do this one. And Arlene sent me a whole bunch of X-Acto blades, 50 of them. And this is still the first one I put in, Arlene. So I got 49 to go. I haven't needed X-Acto blades. When we straightened out the trimmer stuff in my stream the other night, let's get a piece. I did straighten up the stuff on my desk a little. Now I really need to stop in at Goodwill this afternoon and see if I can find some baskets. Or I need, the stuff over here on my other desk is pretty straight. Let me grab a piece of copy paper to put under that so you guys can see it a little better. But I've still got a pile of stuff there, but it's a little bit in piles where I know what's what. But I need to take my what's what's and put them in. I think I want clear containers. So that's what it's looking like that. Oh, that's kind of crooked. That's not pretty. Oh well, after I get the leaves on there, maybe it'll shape up a little more. This needs to come down a little. It's just play, Mary. It's just play. Don't worry about it. Yeah. If I can get that out. See, this one is kind of, well, now let's just go ahead and cut them. Here and here. And I suppose if I would have picked white paper instead of black paper, I could see where I was going a little better. And this is going to be pretty delicate because it's going to be, and I could put but I'd have to wait. And I don't feel like waiting. I want to work on my project bag. Put a coat of clear gesso or something on here to strengthen this. But I think once I start putting paint on there, that's going to add a layer to it and kind of strengthen it. Let's just get this done. Over the cliff! Over the cliff! I sure wish my laptop would not have done that this morning, but I knew once it did that update, yes, great, because that's what happened to me a couple weeks ago. I get it going. I had it. I was working off of my webcam and laptop yesterday afternoon, fine. And it was going in there fine and everything. But then Windows says they have to do an update. And once they do their update, things don't work anymore. It just spins. It just spins when I try to get into my YouTube. And I'm eyeing a new PC. I haven't made the commitment yet. But I sure hope that doesn't. I think, see, my PC came from Anne, and it's a Lenovo, I think, which is a Microsoft brand, I think. But I don't think that they play well with Google. I just don't think they play well with Google. And we suffer for it. So I'm going to, now that could just be my opinion. Because I never had that, well, I never really streamed with my other PC. I just did videos with my HP that I had up in Madison. I didn't start streaming till I came down here to Nebraska. All right, I think it's going to be fine. I might do something more in here. Let's draw it out. Let's draw out one more leaf in here. Sort of like that. And like that. And let's do a, yeah. So when I do this stuff, I don't just stop at painting it on. But I did get my Sancho's dolls made. We got that done. I made 3 of my own, and I got Rosemary's done. I need to do her little mini composition book journal, and I can almost call that one done. And I'm doing fairly well with my January, February, and March journals. My Society of Idea Collector journal is sitting over there unused. Not that I don't have ideas. I'd like to get back to working in that on a consistent basis. And that's it. You have to work in it. You have to write. Dee Dee says, write it down. Write it down when you think of it, or those ideas will get away from you. And I get ideas and I don't write them down, and they do. They get away from you. Yeah, I'm liking that. I think I'll do another one, kind of like so. Bring it in like that. Bring this one up a little more. I think I'll quit there. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to going anyplace today. I might end up going up to, because we were talking yesterday in Becky's chat. After my laptop shut down to do that update, I couldn't work anymore, so I came back into Becky's chat, and they were talking about the thickness of painter's cloth. Let me show you my pieces here. Let me grab one out from the bottom of the pile. Oh. So I got mine at the thrift store, so I have no idea where this came from, but I'm pretty sure it's a painter's cloth. And it's fairly thin. It's more like a duck cloth. So I'm pretty happy with it. What I really like, though, is this is going to be the top where I'm going to put the zipper, and this is salvaged edged here, so I don't have to worry about making a seam. I can put the zipper right in there. So I'm going to have to remember when I paint it to paint so that this is up at the top. I'm liking this. Of course, now my white paper that I was using got buried. I'm going to like that, I think. I don't like that little spot in there. Maybe what I'll do is expand this leaf a little. And this one. And make them a little fatter. Just to fill in that space. Oh, and I drew on the back. I didn't mean to do that. Well, there you go. I did it anyway. And let's bring this one out a little bit more. okay. And I think I want this one a little bit more pointy. It is what it is, what it is, what it is. This one is going to come up a little bit more. That's another thing I'm wanting. I would sure like one of those scan and cuts like Julie Faye Bowser has. And I don't think they're ultra, well, if you get the latest and greatest, it might be, and have all the, but she does some wonderful, I noticed she had a class, and I almost took it, on cutting lace pages. And what she'll do is she'll take an art journal that's bound, and she'll do something like this. And she does very intricate, beautiful cuttings. And she calls them lace pages. I've done a few of them, inspired by her. That's where I got the idea to cut them out. I should do a journal of just lace pages. And I do it in a book. But you're going to have to choose a newer book, because vintage paper to do something like this will rip and tear. Oh, I think I'm liking this. I might need to put something down in this other corner, right in here, but I'm liking. Maybe just, well, maybe a thin one in there. Let's see. Oh, I have a thin one in there. Let's bring another one, kind of like so, like that. And maybe a little one in here, like that, to balance this out a little. And this one kind of like that. I think that'll work. I should probably be cutting this out of a more durable thing than cardstock. But I'm not planning on this being a stencil that I'll use forever. If I want one that I'll use forever, I'll make one out of. I'm liking it. I am liking it. I've got two more things I want to cut here. And we know I still have that book cover carving that I did with Lisa and Tanya that had the butterflies in it. And it's over there waiting for me to work on it. But you know, sometimes these projects aren't projects that you do to complete. You do them as experiences. Let me get this little nick. But I do want to finish that, because I got that book that I'm cutting those butterflies out of, that book carving. I got that from Shelley at Crafty Mamas. It's a butterfly field guide. And I do want to finish that book. It's sitting on my cart there waiting for some attention. All right, let's cut this one out here. But now I'm doing these project bags, and these are things I want to get done too. And go from one thing to another. There we go. Oh, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I could balance this out just a little bit more. Bring this leaf maybe out a little more here. Whoops, I didn't mean to cut my... And maybe a little bit more in there. I'll balance that out. And maybe this one out a little bit more. I'm liking it, I'm liking it. I cut my leaf out there. All right, so I can stencil on this, hopefully. If I use don't goop up my stencil with paint, use a light paint. We'll see what happens here. And now let's try, this is gonna be kind of weird because I might just not do the out part here and just do this part in here because this is getting close to the edge of my paper. So let's just cut that right now. And we'll call it good because I have this other one. It's not really curvy. I got all these little scrappy things over there. If you've ever watched Janet Young cut stencils, oh my goodness, she does a beautiful, she cuts these alphabets. She does beautiful hand cutting of stencils, if you've ever watched her do it. Cuts them all by hand. I don't know as if I've watched her do a complete big stencil, but I've watched her do some cutting some stencils for her projects while she was working on a mixed media. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like that. And we're not gonna do the outer portion here. We're just gonna do the inner portion. I think that'll keep my page fairly strong. Yeah. That one kind of got, I don't know about it. Yeah, I might have to cut it a little bit more in here. If I can. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Now, I don't know about that circle. I think I'm going to make this a diamond. Just be easier to cut as a diamond. And this one's going to be a diamond. And these should be fairly easy here. Oops, went a little far on that. I'm sure not feeling like going anyplace today. I may not go. We'll see how my phone reacts. I've been turning it off, but I know it's not going to last me forever. And I'm eyeing, in my mind, I'm eyeing a note phone, like a Note 10. I'm not eyeing the 5G. We don't have 5G here. So if I bought a 5G, it would be really expensive and I couldn't use it. Well, I might be able to use it if I go out someplace like to Omaha or something. But I'm way out in the country. We don't have 5G out here. And, but Note 10s have been out for a while. And I could probably get one at a pretty good price, I think. I'll have to see what's out there. And the reason I want a Note is that I want to be able to use the little pen and draw stuff on my phone. Of course, that will mean more, more storage. I was cleaning my phone off the other night. I'm going, I have all these things, all these files to take off of my phone, because if you send in your phone, you don't want to send all your artwork with it and everything. So I've been saving off files and things that I download and all of that. I finally got that all saved off, except for a few things that I've been working on yesterday. But we use our phones like a computer. We use our phones now as mini computers in our palm top. And I was telling my brother how I like how I can just hold it. And he says, you're on it constantly, and I am. I am on that phone almost, well, I do sleep, but I'm on that phone, I'll bet you 10 or 12 hours a day. Probably even more than that some days. And I'm not sure these phones are built for that kind of use. Telephones were originally built for to call me for a 5-minute call every now and then. All right, I think this is my last one that I'm going to do here, because I'm not doing the outside. Oops. All right, let's see how this looks. Oh, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Now, let's take, I'm not ready to work on my lion yet, but see, I'm thinking I can do some. And I'm liking this leaf shape, and I could even make it go this way, might fit better. Get the see, make him. You want to leave space here around his head, so maybe like one in here, kind of, and then I might work in a little one up in there if I'm painting. One in there. See, that comes down to about to the end of his nose. So maybe another one going that way and not do this part, because I don't want to run into her. I might just do up in there. And one over in here, you know, kind of. And I'm going to do it in a darker green, and then I'm going to push it back with maybe the blue again or something. I'll push it into the background, but I want to get that pattern out there. And then over here on the back, I'm going to do like what Becky did. She just did stenciling. I'll put in this blue, and I might mute this blue with some green or white, and then I'll take this and do an Art Deco type thing on the, or an Art Nouveau type thing. And I might, if I'm going out today, I might get some big stencil letters, because you can buy them larger paper ones for fairly cheap at Walmart. And we might just do, when I was showing you in this book, what I've noticed on these sample pages, on most of these pages, they have a design up here at the top, and then they've got the pattern. The lower 2/3, or maybe even the lower 3/4 of this, is all the same repetitive pattern. And then they've got kind of a border at the top. And all of these sample pages follow that same format. They've got kind of a border at the top, and then all the patterns down here. This one's a little different. It's only got 2 up there, but see, the same thing. The border at the top, the border at the top. So on my bag, what I might do on the back is do border at the top, and then, you know, this type of thing, like this on the back. So we'll see how this works. This one I cut, the other 2 pieces are cut 14 by 14 to give me space to work on. So I'll have to be sure to mark I want to cut this at 12. This one is a little smaller. This is 13 by 14. It's just the way that the fabric ended. So this is 11.5. So another 1/2 inch onto here, and then I'm going to have to remember that I'm going to have seam in here. And I'm going to have to watch how Becky sews hers. So when I'm doing my design, I'm going to have to remember there's going to be a seam line in there. So that's just something to think about. So what I'm going to do now, let's get out where is that? There's yeah, we could play with this. Here, it's on the very bottom, of course. Let's do a sample in my March journal. And these are all things that I need to put in. I need to do some art journaling. These are Happy Mails and bag clippings. This is all going to go in my March journal. Oh, and this is the Pick 10. This is the Pick 10 prompts for the bag. Put it there. And then Ruth's beautiful envelope. I think I'm going to do a tip in on Ruth's. All right, but we're going to take, oh, and look, it's bent. It's bent. Grr. That's what happens. I'm going to do a sample in here. So I've got plenty of pages to work on. Could work on text, couldn't I? Happy New Year, it says. Happy Mail. There's Tanya McGuire's. I can't forget Tanya McGuire's Ugly Fabric Challenge. I think I want to find a good page to work on. Maybe I'll work on this, because I could do some. Let's work on this. I'm just going to, now, when I paint this, I'm going to start on this. I don't want a really thick paint because I don't want this so wet that it's going to tear. Let's put my, let's get my plate out here that has paint on it from yesterday. I think eventually we can peel this off. Yeah, see, it'll peel off of ceramic. It'll peel. All right. I could almost work on the back of this. Maybe I will, just to keep myself. Yum, coffee. All right. Let's put this back over here, though. I'm afraid I'm going to spill it. Holly, I'm going to have to move your candle. And what's this? Scissors. Palette knife. Okay. Paints over here. Okay. Let's light Holly's candle. Keep my candle going over here. All right, I want to try some darker green. And then I'm going to push that darker green into the background. This is a leaf green, and this is a marsh green. The leaf green is darker than the marsh green. That's interesting. And I don't buy a lot of greens, but I do have green here. That's a light green. And a light green, and a sea breeze, and I guess I'll just be happy with the leaf green. Festive green. I need to use up some of this. Gloss. New shamrock. I kind of like that. It's a brighter green. Maybe I could add some black to that, would probably make it gray. Mary's talking to herself here. There's an ocean blue. Let me turn my wheel one way. When I use greens, I tend to use a brighter green. I don't know why. I don't use a whole lot of greens. All right, let me get a sponge out. Let me go to the sponges. And I might get out two, just to have them. All right, let's go with this. There's not a whole lot of, I might stop in at Walmart today and see what kind of paint they have as far as greens. I'm going to work on the back of this plate because it's all ceramic. It'll come off eventually. Yeah, this is getting used. And now on my fabric, I'm going to put some textile medium, but I don't need to put textile medium on this. And I want a fairly, I don't want a goopy. Let's see what happens here. I should just sit and cut some stencils. Art Deco, Art Nouveau stencils, since I'm into that. It seems like I'm into that design. These turned out pretty good. And when I say cut, I mean cut them out of a mylar or acetate. Yeah, I should have done these first. And I think I moved my stencil a little there. Let's put a... All right, we're going to do this one down at the bottom. All righty, let's see what happened here. Oh, I'm loving it. This will look nice on my bag. Now, I'm thinking, though, on this, for the lower part, I can, and I'm just going to do it on my page here. Oh, let's move my plate. I don't have enough room. Move Holly's candle. So on the lower part, this will be the top. And I might reverse it like so. But on the lower part, I'll have another one here and have it like that. I can't do it. I can't do it on this page because if I do one, I can't do the other. I can put another one. It'd be fun to do this one. This, not this way. Let's see how this works. And reverse it in here. Yeah, I might get some stronger sheets and yeah, I like that. And then come back in this way again over here. And for the design on the back. And then kind of repeat that down the bag. And repeat this roll down the bag. Now, my bag is only going to be like 9 3/4 inches wide. And this is, let me measure since I found my rulers. The finished design is about 3 inches, about 3.5 inches from here to here, 3.5 inches. So 9, I could probably only get 2 rows of this because I'm going to have this. This is maybe even 1 row of it. This is from this point up here to this point down here is 4 3/4. So 4 3/4 and 3.5. Did I say 3.5? 3.5 will just about do the width of my bag from this point to, well, let's see, 9 3/4 is from the top of my page to almost the bottom of my ruler. So I'm only going to be able to get 2 on here. But I could repeat them across, and that would, and then I could put like, make a row of something in there in between them. Let's do one of these the other way, this way. I'm going to run off of the page here, but that's okay. Let's use up my paint. I could cut more of these, I tell you. I think I'm going to hunt out some report covers and make me some more Art Nouveau stencils for my Art Nouveau. And Becky sent me a wonderful pen. I'm running out of paint. We'll just kind of fade this one out. And my paint's getting dry. Yeah, it's too close. But something similar to that on the back. But it'll have a blue background. And then I'll take even that buttermilk. Let's play with this. Let's do a little bit of buttermilk. And let's get that other stencil, that other sponge. Now, and just kind of push this in the background on my bag so that it shows, but it doesn't show. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, Vern? Dee Dee says, you know what I mean, Vern? I'll kind of push it into the back on some things to arts it up a little. And remember, this is going to be on a blue background. I didn't put a blue background in here. Something like that. Just to kind of artsy it up. I'm liking that. All right, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. So let's keep my plate out. And I think I'll work on the back this morning. And the lions, I need to work more on the lions. They're not done, but since I've got my stencil out here and running, let's go ahead and, well, I'm going to have to paint the background on the back. So let me just wipe this paint off and put it on my paper here. And this is dry already, so I can turn this over. And we're going to mix some more of this. Got painty fingernails now. We're going to paint the back of this about this color. Now this is dried, so my white will be a little bit, my wet will be a little bit lighter than this. I'm going to fold it here to see if I can kind of color match. And of course, I need room. And I put this on with a brush. Just keep my greens out. And I used the buttermilk and blue. Where's did I do with the blue? Buttermilk and blue, mostly. And maybe a touch of white for the background. And oh, where's my towels? Things get away from me in this room, let me tell you. I got to dry my brush off a little. I probably threw those towels across the room. Let's get, I think I was using this brush. Although for the back, I might use that. Let's get these brushes out of the water. And this one's got black on it from painting that mystery journal cover. Clean it off a little. Yeah. And let's throw that away. What did I do with my painting brushes? Oh, they're down here. I think I'll use, yeah, maybe I will and maybe I won't. I'll see if I can get this one. Put that on there. Mary's talking to herself. Again? Mary's talking to her. I guess I'll just use the one that I used yesterday. This one. All right. So I am going to use some textile medium because I will be painting on a bag here. I might order some more of that textile medium. Let's put these sponges over here. And blue and white and buttermilk. Let's start with the buttermilk. And I did it right in here on my plate. Honestly, let's stop and chat a little. Arlene says, I cleaned it with vinegar and lime. Seems to have done the trick. What did you clean? I made the mistake of sitting still too long on the porch yesterday, and my neighbor's sweet cat marked my wheelchair. It is now. I would give him that wheelchair, Arlene says. If you want this wheelchair, take it. I'll walk away. Dinky Poo. She said she cleaned it. My favorite stencil material is the lids from the spring mix boxes. Spring mix boxes? What do you mean spring mix boxes? Are you talking, what are you talking about, Arlene? I don't know what spring mix is. Is it seed or? Jersey says, amazing, Mary. That turned out great. Yeah, it did. The stencil turned out nice, didn't it? Angie. Hi, Angie, says, Arlene, do you not have YouTube apps set up? You should have a subscription box at the bottom of your phone when you're in YouTube. Yeah, I use the YouTube app to stream with. What I'm looking for this and my palette knife. All right, we're going to add some textile medium here. They say add 2 to 1, which is kind of what that is. And let's just mix it in. And this extends my paint. The textile medium will extend my paint. And it leaves it open too. When I say open, it's wet longer. And let's just mix this up in here. See how juicy that is? That's kind of how I want it for the background. And it kind of makes it a gray blue color. Kind of got a darker blue in there. I might put a little bit more buttermilk in there. White over here. All right, that's pretty good. Well, let's just wipe my brush off. And now I think it dries a little darker, but even if my paint is lighter on the back, I'm not going to cry about it because it'll have green on it. Can you guys see what I'm doing? Yeah, you can kind of see. Now, it looks lighter now, but when it dries a little darker. And I do have a piece of wax paper on underneath of this. And I'm just wanting a background because I'm going to stencil on this. I'm going to put that patterning on. But I'm going to have to kind of be sensitive of where I'm putting that patterning because I want it to look good on my bag. See how that's kind of turning a darker color right in here as it soaks into the fabric? I'm going to have to mix a lot more paint here because there's a lot to this. But there'll be green going on over this. So this is just kind of putting in background. And this will be zipper up here, so I'm not too worried about this. Got a gunk on there. Get off of there. I don't know if that's gunk or a thread. Might just be a thread. Yeah. Little canvas threads. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mix more paint, that's for sure. I'll just use up what I have here. And the more paint you put on here, this is unprimed. If it were primed, it would not soak in so much, but this is unprimed painter's canvas, painter's drop cloth. I call it canvas. It's a drop cloth, a painter's drop cloth. And they were talking about those in Becky's stream yesterday. And I don't know where this one came from, but if I work my way up to Harbor Freight today, I might stop in and see. I don't know if I want to go that far up there, but I might end up going that way anyway, depending on the phone situation. I don't want to go anyplace today. I'm going to have to. All right, I'm going to have to mix some more paint. See, that's turning dark. Right over here on this side, it's dry in here. And this is kind of wet over here. This is what I put in, and it's kind of blending in. Yeah. Let's mix some more. Put a bunch on there. Yeah. And some blue. And some textile medium. You might have to add more. We'll see. I'm kind of putting it over yesterday's paint. I can feel it with my palette knife while I'm mixing here. See, it really opens up my paint, doesn't it? It makes it a lot juicier. Makes it a lot wetter. Thins it out a little. But that's okay for the background. Some of that gunk I have may be from the scraping from the bottom of this. Let's see what I have here. A little bit lighter, isn't it? Let's add just a teeny bit more blue on there. And I'm going to mix it. Shouldn't mix it with my brush, but I'm going to. Should mix your paint with your palette knife. But I didn't. Yeah, I'm running off the edge of my desk here. I don't feel like going anyplace today, but I'm going to have to. So I won't be able to watch Becky this afternoon if I go out. I'll never be home by 2:30. If she streams, I don't know if she's going to stream this afternoon. She mentioned something about starting to stream on Wednesdays and do or stream one day of the week and do a uploaded video on the other day. She mixes things up, which is a good thing. She whatever works for her at the time. She has to work around Scott's schedule and Greg's schedule, and the only thing I really need to work around is when the phone rings and my brother watching The Price is Right and Wheel of Fortune. He likes those shows, and I like to have him watch them because I think it exercises his mental. He's pretty good, though. He's not, I think he's better mentally than I am as far as memory and remembering things. He's pretty good at that stuff. I have to write things down, and I get things wrong, and I'm not gone yet, though. I'm not gone yet. I told my brother yesterday at supper the other night, I dreamt, you guys are going to laugh, I dreamt that they put me in a nursing home. And the ladies sitting around there obviously were not very crafty because they were just sitting around complaining. I said, you need to do some art. I was looking for my art stuff in the nursing home. He said, he laughed, we're both getting older. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if someday I'd wind up in a nursing home. But you know what? Just so it's not back east. Just so they vaccinate me. If that happens, it happens. And I will be the one who will be sitting down in the rec room with my paints and my sketchbook, and give me a pair of scissors and let me fussy cut. Let me cut out of magazines. I'll be cutting these stencils and occupational therapy. I'll be the one sitting down there all day. And I sure hope they let me have a phone so I can stream. You know, that could very well happen in the future. I mean, as far as people streaming from the nursing home, people that really don't need to be there, but need a little extra care. I got a lot of paint here. I'm just going to kind of use it up. And it will dry a little darker as it dries and soaks into the fabric. That's what makes it darker, is I'm working on an unprimed canvas. So as it soaks in, it turns and dries, it turns a little darker, which is okay with me. And I'm just kind of going back in and covering up all the spots, the blotchy, but I want it kind of blotchy. I'm going to put that stencil over this. Oh, I'm going to do 3 bags. I'm not stopping at this one. I'll have to prep my, I got gunk here that's coming off of my plate from what was underneath. I should have peeled this paint off this morning. It's okay. It's okay, Mama. I miss my mama. I miss my mother. She was very creative. She would have enjoyed, I don't know if she would have, she was a little bit more shy about being social, but she would have enjoyed a project like this. My mother was probably where I get my creativity from, that side of the family. I think my dad was too, in his own way, maybe not visually so much, but probably more problem-solving creativity. Is if he had an issue, that something that needed to be worked through and solved. Yeah, I'm getting that gunk from underneath of the, I hate to, I think what I'm going to do is let this dry a little, and I'm going to put this in my Crack-a-Lackin' book here, because we're going to go over that with my stencil. Let me get my Crack-a-Lackin' book out. Dee Dee says, Crack-a-Lackin'? Yep, Needy, this journal is named after you. Crack-a-Lackin' journal, where I put all this extra paint. We're going to crack-a-lack in it someday. Now, let me pull this off to the side. We did this the other day. Remember doing that? I got some blank pages that need to be worked on. Maybe in here. That's a sponge. I don't want that to be too much on there. And what did I do with my heat gun? I moved it the other day. Where did I hang it? I want to turn the page. I want to be able to turn the page. I'll put the rest of that on here. Gunk and all. It's got gunk from the scraping at the bottom of this plate. Let's wipe that off. I don't need a towel. I got gunk on this brush. And let's bring some of that over into here. Maybe wet my brush a little and get a washy wash. There, we'll let that dry. There's some up in here, up in there. And I'll have a couple pages done in my journal. Background. Put it over here. Okay, so let's clean this. Let's clean it. And let's take my palette knife and scrape off yesterday's goo. This is what made the gunk on my page. Dry paint just scrapes right off. It'll scrape off enough to paint on again. I need a scraper pad. I got some out in the kitchen. Got a gunk in there. Some of this you could paint over. Alrighty, that's good, pretty good. And let's take a little of my, I got a heart hanging off of this heart that I made with Becky, hanging off of my hand sanitizer bottle. Let's put some. Tim Holtz says he cleans his project mat, his glass project mat with hand sanitizer. So I suppose I can clean my platter with it. Cleans it pretty good. Alcohol. Alcohol. Really cleans it enough to work on it. Not to eat off of, but that's pretty good. There we go. Now let's clean the back of it here. It's probably easier to clean one if the paint is still fresh. There we go. There we go. No, I don't think I would be eating off of this. There we go. A spot there. Alrighty. So, ooh, I got a little wet in there. Let's dry that off a little. Alrighty. Yuck. Yuck. Oops, that's water. I want hand sanitizer. Let's sanitize me. So now I'm going to stencil. I think this is dry enough to stencil on, and we're going to stencil that green. I can put that on this side now. We might hit this a little bit with the heat gun, but what I have to be sensitive of, is, here's my fold here. Let's fold it. So I want a 12 by, I'm going to have to dry this a little. Heat gun alert. Let's see, while the heat gun is going, let's see what's going on in chat. Cheryl says, oh wow, Angie, hope all is good with Aunt. Hi, Roy. Roy says, I don't think I'm alone in that my emotional and psychological balance is greatly affected by the climate. Now that spring is close and the plague is easing, I feel the pendulum moving back to sanity. I don't think you're alone there, Roy. I don't think you're alone there. I think a lot of people are feeling that. In the last year, a whole year of craziness going on. And the news wasn't making it any better. Of course, the news, they have to report it. You know, they're doing their job, but bad news, constant bad news can drive you crazy. Constant bad news. Let's get this. And, of course, not everything was bad. Not everything was bad. There was some good stuff going on. The good stuff was, a lot of it was how people are dealing with the bad stuff. A lot of people helped others through craziness. Let's see. Cheryl says, oh well, Angie, let's see. Jersey said, Roy, that's me for sure. I'm Larry of the PNW moving there. Because too cloudy, I need my sun. I don't know what the PNW is, Jersey. Laura, I hope your surgery goes okay. Are you going through more surgery? Laura, are you doing another mouth surgery, another oral surgery? Bootsy says, happy Thursday, Mary, and all you wonderful crafty ateliers. Spring is in the air on Long Island. I hope you're feeling sunny inside. Aw, Roy. Suze is here. Hi, Suze. Arlene had to go rest. She said, I need to go rest. Okay, Arlene. Jersey says, I've been to the state facilities as a volunteer here, and my grandparents retired to a beautiful community with all levels of care. Oh, that's cool. Jersey says, the difference here is astounding between a nursing home and private facilities. But it's like everything. If you have the funds, you get better care. That's true. That's like that everywhere, Jersey. Except I do think here in Nebraska, we have the advantage, or at least my mom did. When we put my mother in a home, because I could not take care of her 24 hours a day and work and support myself, and nobody was supporting me. And so we put her in a home, but we had the advantage, and you might in some of the other states too, the home that we put her in is closed now, but it was run by the Mennonites. And any home, nursing home that has a religious affiliation, you're going to get better care. It's just a part of their mission. And so I think that we kind of have that advantage here in Nebraska is we're pretty conservative here. Not that there isn't. Like in Omaha, in Omaha, there's some big inner city homes that I wouldn't put my dog in, but maybe that's changed. That may have changed. I'm talking about 40 years ago when I saw some of that stuff going on. So I say that was reservation. They do have certain nursing home laws that, you know what I'm saying. But with this COVID thing, the poor people, our elderly population really got hit, even here in Nebraska. And I think part of it too is your family couldn't go visit unless you knocked through a window or did it virtually. That was hard on the elderly population. So I am glad, like Bootsy says, spring is in the air. We're drawing to a close of this, but I think, who was it? Susan, because I was talking about this before, and she says there are angels in the nurses are angels in a way. The nurses kind of have to step in to where the family couldn't, and several of them did. They devoted their time. This is still kind of damp. All right, let me go back down to the bottom here. Bitsy says, Laura, the PNW is different in that the temps are moderate and absolutely. What is PNW? What, did I miss that? Oh, public nursing homes. Is that what it is? PNW, public nursing. Nearly destroyed Romeo working full time and taking care of his mom alone for a few years when I was not there. Yeah, doing this alone. It's just, you need your family, especially if you have brothers and sisters, to help you, especially if you're sole support, or if you're supporting a family. Of course, if you're supporting your family, you should have support. But my mom lived with me for about 2.5 years, and she got progressively worse. And I lived with my parents for a couple years in the late 80s and the early 90s. All right, so what I have to be aware of is the size of my bag here when I put my design on, because I want it to go across nice. I don't want it to be weird here. So on here, and I think I said this was 13 inches. So I might do some little light marks in here. This is about 13 1/4 inch. About, 13 1/2. And I want my bag to be 12, so I'll have about 3/4 of an inch here for seam. So when I do I'm going to put that stencil kind of in here, so I'm going to I just have to be aware of where I'm putting my stenciling. Now on the back, I don't regret having my mom with me the last few years of her life, but I could not take care of her by myself and work. And I was consulting, which means you don't really have a steady, stable job. So you're at the mercy of your employer, and we won't go into that story. They could end your job at any time. Of course, I had the advantage in that it was around year 2K, so they weren't really looking to. Jobs were still kind of plentiful back then in the late 90s. All right, so I'm saying this is 13 1/2. And it's about 13 1/2. So I have, I said 1 3/4. I think I have 3/4 inch, because I want 12. I want 12-inch bag. So I think if I start this stencil about 3/4 of an inch in, which would be right about in here. I just want to, not that I'm not going to put anything on the border, but I want this to kind of fit on here. So I'm going to start it right in there, I think. And I'm going to do this green, and it'll be pushed into the background. We're going to start right there with it and see what happens. I can always paint out. If you goof up, you can always paint out again. And well, here, I determined what I was going to do lengthwise, widthwise, from the zipper part up here at the top. I'll probably put something up there, but I'm going to start my stencil down, my bag, my 10 inches. I'm going to leave this for, although I got salvage there, but I think Becky turns it under a little. I'm going to try to do this Becky style. So I'm going to leave this salvage area to flip under and start my 10 inches, 9 3/4, come about down to there. So here, let me just kind of put my finger there, and yeah, there. So 10 inches comes right back down to here. Let me mark that with a little dot. A little dot or something just to remind me. 10 inches. I'll put it down a little. I'll make it 10 1/4. Ruin my pen. Now, I don't know. I might have ruined it by doing that. No, it's coming out. It'll be okay. So right there, and I'm going to put this up just a little. So right in there, and then this one will come right in here. All right, this is good. So I'm going to start off about 3/4 in, and I'm going to start off right in there. Now, am I going to mix? It'll make it awful juicy. I don't think I'm going to mix textile medium with my paint, with my green paint. It makes it awful juicy, and it's going to make this stencil wet. So I'm just going to use my sponge on this. And we're going to use this color yet. And let's see what I can get out of here. I might have to, this is leaf green. That should be pretty available. Sometimes this paint is not available. After you like a color, I was looking for that Bimini blue. Yeah, it's not coming out. That's my fault. Come on. Yeah. Let's get this open. I might have another leaf green. Oh, it's got the plastic around it yet. It's got the plastic. Let's store this upside down. I'll be using this up. Let's put it over here upside down. All right, I think I'm good with the placement on this. And let's just, I want a light. I don't want a thick paint, so I kind of want a light sponge here. Did Arlene tell me what spring mix was, and did I miss it? She said she likes to use spring mix lids. Was that a... It sounds like birdseed. Could be a mix of spices and stuff is what I'm thinking. I don't know, spring mix. Sounds like flower seed. Is that going to be, it's going to be pushed into the background anyway. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So we're going to do one this way. I think I can get about 3 on there. This is the problem. I don't have room for anything. I'm going to take my heat gun and put it over here. I think I can get 3 across. I want to put this one upside down. Now let me get my ruler out again. I need my ruler. 12 inches across. We'll come right to, yeah, that's about right. And this is 4 inches. So 4, 8, 12. That'll be right. So I can get 3 of these on. So this one, we're going to put the opposite way. Sort of, I kind of want to line it up. Sort of line it up. Right in there. Is that about right? Doesn't have to be exact. Let's do another. Well, I think the good thing about the nursing homes and this hidden virus thing is that it has brought a lot of our attention to the nursing homes and how we're caring for our elderly. And I think that's a good thing in the long run. I worked in nursing homes going to school when I was younger. I worked in some nice ones. I worked in a Catholic one, which is a well-known one here in Nebraska, up in Lincoln. Gosh, I worked there for years, 5 or 6 years while I was going to school. Until they started floating me. I was the one who was the most flexible, and so they would take advantage of that flexibility and they would float. Sometimes I'd work the midnight shift, the 12 to 7 shift, and the younger college kids would go out and party, and they wouldn't always meet their obligations. And by the time I got in there, they would float me, and you'd have report. You'd have report, and I would report for my report, but they would float me, so I wouldn't get to my report until 15 minutes later. This is going to, maybe I'll move it over just a teeny bit. It's going to be about a 1/2 inch. I should have left a little in there, but that's the way it is. We'll just do that the way it is. And I'll put some extra leaves or something in here. And so I didn't like that because I was always about a 1/2 hour behind on my work, just because I didn't know where I was going to be until a 1/2 hour. And then I'd have to catch up on what I missed out of the report. But since I was the more flexible one, they took advantage of that until I just couldn't take it anymore. It tired me out. I left it. But I was thinking about some of those ladies that I took care of. I was thinking about them this morning while I was getting dressed. I mean, even remembering some of their names, which is good for me because usually I forget names, especially names of people from years ago. I can see their faces. One lady, when she got dressed in the morning, I was helping her. She had had a stroke and she needed help washing and stuff. And she'd start out with a warm washcloth, and then she'd want a cold one, and she'd alternate those. And I'd sit there at the sink and prepare her washcloths for her. Oh, I'm liking that. But I got just a little over here, a little bit too wide there. 12 inches. I mean, a little bit here. 12 inches. My ruler. 12 inches, about an inch. So about an inch, I guess I'll just put another leaf in here, right in there, to compensate for it. Going the other way. It's not going to be perfect. In fact, I could bring this all the way over. I just need an area in here. Let's do that. Let's see. We want this one to go this way. I just need a decent area in here. Yeah, I worked there for almost 5.5 years while I was going part-time, and then full-time in the summer. It was an experience. But I worked in nursing homes in my high school years too, a local Mennonite nursing home. I'm not sure I'm happy with that. If I can get a gap right in there. Let's see if I can extend these leaves a little. Extend them out just a little here. See what that did. No, that's pretty good. Now let's extend this a little. Now it kind of covers up the gap, and this one might need a little. Where is it? It's not perfect, but that'll be at the edge of the bag. And let's do the same thing over here. Make sure I get it a good coverage. I was not a candy striper in my high school days because they did not have a formal, or junior high days, they did not have a formal candy striper program where I was, because it was a small nursing home, but small town. But it could have been a candy striper, kind of informal type thing. So I got that experience of working. I kind of like that. Now, what I want to do, I still have to go, and I should have put more up in here. I might have to come in with another stencil thing, maybe some dots. We'll work with this. It isn't going to, and I'm going to push this in the background. From this point to this point, down to here, right down to there is going to be these. So I've got a good inch in here. Let's just start out here. Maybe move this up a little. Maybe right in there. Let's see what happens. This is my experiment one anyway. I might cut a better stencil if I use this. I got 2 more bags I want to do. And this will be my pattern stencil. There. And this way, we're just going to carry this over. Across. Kind of want to keep it straight. You always say you're not going to put your parents in a home, but until you actually go through it and realize that you can't do it all, that you need help. When in the earlier days, when they kept their parents at home and took care of them at home, they had more family units. They had a family unit and they supported each other as families, to whereas a wife was taking care of a mother or something, her dad or her husband was out there working in the fields or whatever. I'm going to come in with more stuff in here. So it was easier. I think they actually had it easier to keep their parents at home than in our day. The woman is expected to almost help support the family. And I think it's harder. I think it's harder to keep your parents at home nowadays. Not harder to care for them, because there's a lot of advantages of care, but I'm talking about keeping your mother out and father out of the nursing homes. This is a little close together, but this is not done yet. This is what I'm envisioning. Wait till you see. Wait for it. Wait for it. It might work and it might not. We will see. Let's do another one this way. Right in there. So these are kind of my base in here. I'm kind of liking that. Now what I want to do is, while I was cleaning up the other day, I found one of these pencil holders, Pen Plus Gear pencil holders, and I cut it down, and it's, see, they got those dots in there. They're holding the pens clear across. And there's probably 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 30 dots on here. And I'm going to come in with some dots. And I think I'll do it in a navy blue. Let's get out some navy blue. Or dark blue. What do I have here? English navy. English navy is kind of a gray-blue color. And we're going to do dots. Turn it this way. That's just a little blue on my stencil there. Right in here. if I can. And we'll see how this turns out. If it turns out, it turns out. If it doesn't, it's a mess. I'll paint over it. Paint's a little gunky there. Oh, it got blurry in there, but that's okay too. Let's wipe my stencil off here. That's okay. That'll be in the seam in there. This is going to all be background. I'm going to push all this back in the background in the end. Let's do some more. Keep my stencil clean. Let's do some in here. Yeah, it's kind of smudgy. And of course, that's all right. Like I said, it's going to be background. So let gunk on my stencil though. This bag that I'm doing now is an experiment one. I'll probably keep this one for myself, but I'm going to make 2 others. I got that kind of off. And we can take and kind of, let's do that, kind of blur this in around it here. And it'll be pushed into the background eventually. There. And let's now I'm going to take this same blue and do cross down here. The blue's a little juicy, the blue paint. It's a little bit juicy. It's blurring on me. That's more what I was going for. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. She keeps telling herself. But now I'm even going to push this back. When I say push it back, I mean I'm going to go do a swipe over with my buttermilk. So a lot of this big bold will fall into the background. It'll still be there, but it'll be background out. Now, let's go back in and kind of feather it in here. And let's do the same over in here. Kind of. So I got this kind of crooked, so I'm going to start out with just a row of one, if I can. And work it into two up in here, maybe. We'll see. This top may be a little weird. We'll see what I end up with. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm learning on this one. This is my learning one. Hopefully my other two will be better. Let's kind of smudge this out. There. Now, what I want to do is let's take this paint and let's kind of let that dry a little, and let's go into my crack-a-lackin' book here. It's been sitting over here patiently waiting for me to get it out again. And we'll work on this page. And we'll do some stenciling on it. Because I don't want to throw away my paint. Don't need the pliers out anymore. Green's about all gone. This one this way. Help! I don't have enough room. Oops, something fell. I'm going to have to dig out behind the cliff later on. I'll pull it down a little. Use up your paint. Get you an old journal or a composition book. And when you paint stuff like this, don't waste your paint. It's 80 cents a bottle. 50 cents if you buy it at Walmart. $1.37 full price, but if you get 30% off, it's about 83 cents, I think. Around up in there. Yeah, the dark blue in there. Don't waste your paint. Use it up. That's good for a journal, for a scrappy journal. And let's turn this page this way. We'll do them this way, I guess. I'm going to do them in a row here. I might cut me a more durable stencil to work on my other bags with. This is just cut out of cardstock. I needed something right in there and right in here on this. I just noticed that I didn't put anything in there. It needs a diamond shape in there. Right in there. Oh well. Let's do some green. I'll come out and chat in a little bit here. I'm using up my paint. And we're going to work more on the back of that bag. I don't think I'm going to be able to follow Becky this afternoon. I think I'm going to have to take my phone in. And let's go back to the blue here. I don't have much blue left. Which is a good thing. Now, use up the rest of the green. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it for a background page in my journal. See this, I have a stencil that looks like this. And this is what I was thinking of last night. Oh, my journal goes the other way though. My journal goes like this. And I like how this turned out. This was just a smack page. Whoops, let's move my journal over a little. So we are getting this pretty full. I still have some blank pages to work on. Once they're all worked on, I'm going to go in and actually journaling on it. Something like this. I was playing on this page. But I got quite a bit of painty backgrounds in here. We worked on this page. I feel like doing more stenciling on this. So this will become an art journal someday. Once I get all the backgrounds in. But I still have pages to work on. I call this my crack-a-lackin' journal because Dee Dee Willingham, you better get crack-a-lackin'. This is my crack-a-lackin' journal. I've been working on it for a while. All right. I think that was right. We want to push this into, let me put this over here. We want to push this into the background. And I'm going to do that with the buttermilk. And I'm thinking I might want to scrape it. But scrape it with my brush. Let's see what, I put those towels. Not scrape it with that, but string hanging here. Let's take this brush, which is kind of stiff. Oh, it's good enough. I don't know if I want to scrape it with a brush, like so, or with a card. Dry brush it, sort of. I'm going to push it in the background at any rate. So I'm going to use my buttermilk on it. And I do think I'll add some of that textile medium to this because it opens the paint. It makes it juicier. Where's my palette knife? What did I do with it? Now I'm not sure about this, but this is just play. So let's get my brush out and I need it even juicier than that. Let's add some water to this. Dirty water. Where's my water? Let's add some water to this. I don't know if you can add water to the textile medium area or not, but I just did. I want kind of a wash. Even more water. Where's my towel? Oh, it's not quite what I'm thinking yet. I might keep a couple of towels out for. All right, here goes. Well, see, I want the back design to show. I want it to be wetter. There, something like that. Something like that. I want to push it. I want the design on there, but I want it to be in the background. And I don't want it to be so big and bold that it's knocking you in the face. Oh, I'm liking that. Let me bring this down a little and over a little so you guys can see it better. Kind of have to work fast on this because you don't want it to overpower your stenciling. And just kind of push it in the background. I'm kind of liking that. It's fabric, it can take the wet. And as it dries, it's gotten a little more light than what I want. So it's kind of it's turning out to be kind of like those fabrics that you see at the store, but not a real batik, but kind of batik-y, batik-ish, batik-ish. That's, as this paint dries on there, the design is popping out more than I want. So I'm just kind of layering it, I guess you could say. Batikish. And my fabric is really wet. I'll have to set this aside and let it dry. But this is going how I envisioned for the back. Now I kind of want to do this type of thing over in here, but we'll deal with that not today, because I'm going to let this dry and see how it looks when it's dry. Let's just bring this down and paint on this down here. I'm pretty happy with it. I'll put a little bit more white up in here. All right, I think I'm pretty happy with this. We're going to set it aside and let it dry, and then I'll look and see what it looks like when it's dry. But that's what I'm going for. It's kind of a subtle print. So let me take this entire piece and put it over across the room. Oh, I moved stuff over across the room. I'll set it right there behind my chair. All right, so I have this to deal with, and that's really wet. Do I have a piece of scrap fabric out here? Let me look. I have lace. Hold the phone. Oh, here's that little journal I meant to show you guys the other day. Now, I don't see anything scrappy that I want to smear that on. Yeah. Maybe this old hanky. This old hanky scrap. I got so much stuff over here. It needs to be clean. I've been cleaning. Well, that's not where I want to go. Let's just smear some paint on here. This was a hanky that I cut the print out of it, or a pillowcase or something. That's scrappy scrap. I'll put that over there. All right, I guess I'm just going to clean this up. There's my grab another towel here. And it's not perfect, but it'll be okay to work on again someday. Next time I work on my lion piece. All right, let's throw this away and let me wash my hands off again here. Yeah, put this in the water. Put my paints over here because I'll be using this. Wash out my brush. And I'm going to have to clean all these little carvings off of my desk here. Yeah. I should just wait to do this. No, I'm going to do it now. I got all those little stencil scraps over here that I want to throw out. They're all underneath of my... I don't want to toss that. I want to keep that. see. Let me toss this. I like having my litter bag because I use my wastebasket as a table. I use grocery sacks as litter bags hanging off of my cart. Let me wash my hands. Let me wash my hands. What did you do today? I watched Mary wash her hands. Oh, did she get them clean? Well, we don't know, but she used lots of hand sanitizer. Yuck. That's really on there. And I'm about down to the end of my paper towels. The reason I'm cleaning them is because I want to show you something. And I don't want painty hands. It's on my fingertips here. Green. That green is always, especially phthalo green, is always a staining color. It stains. It stains your paintbrushes. It can stain your page. This is a leaf green, but I bet it's got some phthalo green in it. Phthalo is kind of a blue green, but it stains like crazy. Yuck. One more time with the hand sanitizer and I'll quit. Yeah. I usually, after I get done streaming, I'll go wash my hands with lava soap. Lava soap has that grit in it. And I'll use a fingernail brush and get my fingers nice and clean. There. At least I feel better. It dries my skin out. That hand sanitizer can dry out your skin. A lot of alcohol in it, but at least my hands are sanitized. That feels much better. Let's just do a wipe on my desk here. Yep. Yeah, I got one towel left, I think. Two. Good. What I want to show you, and let's get this paper out here. I've already cut a spot in it, but as I was looking over here, I think I found my little, did I find it? Yeah. This is what I want to work on, where I got those Tim Holtz photos. And of course I won't be able to put my hands on those, but I got these little pieces, these little rectangular pieces. I think they were meant to be little luncheon napkins. And there's like 14 of them. And I'm going to make a little journal here. A little fabric journal. And I'm thinking how cute it would be to put little photos in here. Maybe on the back. So I wonder if I can put my hands on that, or did I throw them all over in my stack when I got my stack out? Let me look. don't know what I did with them. I'm looking for them. Let's see. Here's some, but those aren't the ones I wanted. Here they are. Here they are. Sorry, I needed a break. All right. So I wanted these little pictures here, and these are the ones that I thought Ruth sent me. Let me zoom in just a little bit more here. And let me adjust my camera. Hold on, you're going for a ride. Just a little bit to the, there. And pull my paper over this way a little. It's a little off center. I have to adjust it every time if I put my webcam up, it's different than my phone. My phone seems to be doing okay, but I'm going to have to turn it off when I'm done here. All right, so what I'm thinking is to bind this. And I'm going to bind it with this ribbon that I have. I'm not going to bind it with thread. I'm going to sew ribbon through it. And maybe just one. A hole here and a hole here. And I'm hoping that it will go through. And I want to bind the... Ruth, I threw your wonder clips over there with all that pile of stuff. Mary's horrible. The wonder clips would be really good here. So let me do a fold. And the fold, the center will be right in there. I think I can see that. Penelope, where are you? I didn't throw her over there. She said, you better not. So I'm just going to, there and there, one thread, and then we're going to tie a bow on the back. So, but you know what I think? I think I want a bow up at the top. So if I come here, in here, I have to come from the back. Come from the back out, through here, and then up at the top. So we got to turn this over. Like this, which is good too. And the fold, we could almost call that the center, couldn't we? And I'm just doing this, eyeballing it. I'm just eyeballing. Yeah, that's about in the center. Let's straighten these up a little more. Looks pretty good. So I'm going to come down from the bottom, down in and up, and then I'll bring my bottom thread up this way, my bottom ribbon. Now, how much of this? Let's thread it on here. Let's see what I can do here. Yeah. Cut a piece off. And thread it in. What time is it getting to be? Almost 8 o'clock. I will be on for maybe another 45 minutes or so, and I'll start winding down. What? It's not going in there. So we're going to go down maybe right in here. Right in there. Yes. I'm just going to poke it in, I think. Uh-oh, it needs a hard surface. It's going in the bottom of my, I need a, I don't know if this will be hard enough. I need a book. I need my awl. Now, let's reach over here and get my awl. Now I want my needle to go in there. Hurry, there we go. Now I'm going to have to cut this ribbon at a certain length. Let's see. All right. So there, ooh, that's pretty. I'm liking it. If I can just keep up. And then it'll come this way, and then I want a bow up here. This is going to be the top. I get all this stuff out. Okay. So right about in, I think I'm still good. Fairly good here. I might need to come over just a little. And got a thread. And right about in here, I think. Right about in there. And I suppose there are more professional ways to do this than just me poking it. But there you go. If it's crooked, it's crooked. That's pretty straight though. I eyeballed it pretty good with my crooked eyes. Not perfect, it's a little crooked. But I don't mind that. All right. Now, where's my needle? My needle should be on the inside here. And it is. So I need my needle to come in over here. I need my needle to go in there. And that did it. Now, let's straighten this out again. This is the bottom, and this is the top. I should have done it the other way. I need to cut this off and rethread it here. And I want to leave enough here for a bow. So let's cut a long piece. If I have it too long, I can pull this back a little though. Oops, pulling it the wrong way. Let's pull it this way. Maybe a little bit longer. It's got a little painty on here from Mary's Messy. It's all right. All right, let's snip my ribbon off here. Maybe a little bit longer because I'm going to knot it. I'll snip it off there. And rethread this bottom one. If I can. It's a little stubborn. I've got a big enough eye in my needle, but the ribbon wants to fold in on itself. If I can get a hold of it there. Okay, so this is the top of my journal here. This is where I want the bow to be. And if I just tied the bow there, it would slip down. So what I'm going to do is pull my ribbon through the lace here and out through this little spot in here. Like that. And then maybe back loop through again so that it won't, so my bow won't slide down my spine of my journal. Like that. Yeah, thank you, Penelope, for the needle. Let's put my awl back to where I need it again. I'll have it. And I might use this to make a closure too. I'm really loving this ribbon. I'm going to order some more. I got this from a shop on Amazon. I got 6 of these little spools. And this is the first one, and I'm still using out of it. All right, I'm liking that. I might have to put something to hold this on a little better, but now let's see how it folds. Oh, it's going to fold pretty. And then I'm going to use this maybe as the closure in here. And I haven't decided how. We'll wait and see as I get everything put in there. And did I? No, I didn't. It's good. This is a little loose though. Maybe I can pull it a little more tight. Yeah. So I tightened the bottom one, but not the top one. Let's make sure it's nice and looks good. So let's bring this. Is this the bottom or the top? I think that's the bottom. Oh, let's tie these two together. These bows, I always get them too little for my big hands. Come on, get around there. Yeah. I have to make bigger loops. My hands are too big for this tiny work. And then I pull them smaller. Get in there. Pull them smaller this way and this way. Pull it tight and pull it smaller. And tighten it again and smaller. There. Now I'll put a dab of glossy accent on there later. I'm kind of liking that. I might trim it in the end. But now what I want to do, is go in here. Now these pages are going to be a little small now that I've bound it. So let's see how my pictures, yeah, they'll still fit on there. And I might let a little of this show. I could just completely cover it up. But I kind of like the idea of letting a little of that embroidery show on the back of these. And I don't know if I'm going to have enough small pictures. I might end up cutting some of the larger ones. But let's just go. Because once you bind this, you got double the pages. Oh, this one's going to go this way. We'll do that on them as we get toward the back. I haven't decided whether I want to completely cover that. I like the idea of some of it peeking through. And look how it's building the bulk up here at the bottom and not at the top. That's interesting. Why is it doing that? Because of the embroidery. So maybe moving some of these up to the top. We'll come back in. Now I'm at the center and my florals go up here. So maybe this will build up that. Let's put this one this way. I'll have to trim it. So I'm leaving the pretty here on these. So the pretty will be on the back. No, these have to go different because it's going to be bottom heavy. It's going to be bottom heavy. So I'm going back over here. We are going to have to adjust these so that some come to the top and some come to the bottom so that the pages are even. And that's doable. So how am I going to put these in? Well, I'm debating. I like the idea of just putting a couple little stitches, little X's on each photograph, or maybe I could stitch across that. Maybe I could do it different ways. This is kind of be a fabric photo album with vintage photos. And I ordered these on Amazon and I got it and I thought it was Ruth's order. Ruth said, "Mary, that's not my order." Now I'm in the middle. See, and it's not so bottom heavy. Well, not quite in the middle yet. It's not so bottom heavy when I alternate these. I missed a page. Now, here I'm going to put 2, and then I'll start here and put them on this side, except for I'm out of the little ones. I'm going to have to cut these others down to size, I think. And I think I can do that. Let's cut it there and there. Yeah, I think I can cut these down. Ooh, isn't she? Ooh, I'd love to sketch her. Ooh, she's cool. A lot of these are cool. I might order another one of these. How many more do I need? Let's just put them in. 1. Now, let's just have to go up at the top. 1. 2. I think I have 14 of these pages, which would need 28 photos. 2, 3, and I'm going to cut these. It's a bit shame to cut them, but they are Tim Holtz ephemera. That's why you buy ephemera. That's why you buy this stuff. I'm just I'm going to be taking all of these out again. I'm just making sure I have enough. I'm sure I do. I'm just playing. Oh, here's another neat one. Ooh, she needs to go up at the top, but we'll put her here for now. No, let's put her here. No, let's put this one here. Let's put this one here. And put her up at the top. I love her. And we got a gentleman here. And another gentleman. We'll have to intersperse our gentlemen because the gentlemen are all in one spot in the stack. I don't know if I was going up or down on this. I'm going to move him down and him up. Hi, cute kids. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I have just enough. I have enough. Yay. Let's do her. I'll put it like that. And I've got two others in here. All right, so let's close this up. See, and I think by putting those in there, I'll have just enough room here for a closure, to tie a ribbon closure here. Let me come out and chat. And then I've got all of these to play with. I'm going to order another one of these packs. I love Tim Holtz. I love these ephemera packs. I love his photo stacks. This is 45 pieces, found relatives, parents. Found relatives, parents, it says. Parents retrieves? Maybe that's found relatives. Retrieve parents. It's is that French or Spanish? This looks French over here. Yeah. All right. Let me open this up and then I'll go to a space that is lookable. And we'll come out and chat a little. Let me get a good page here. Her. All right. I'll set this aside. I'll come out. And I've been talking at you instead of to you. Let's come out and chat, Mary. It's almost 8:15. I left you at 6:52 here. Barbara. Hi, Barbara, Chicken Pot Pie Society. Hi, Janet Nash. Hi, Landlord. Yes, Janet, they are handkerchiefs. They could be handkerchiefs. They measure about 5 by... Well, and I'm going to give you approximate because I bound them. About 5 this way and approximate because I'm just guessing rounding here, and maybe about 7, about 5 by 7, which makes sense. So they could be just little hankies that you would tuck in your pocket or something, but there's 14 of them. And then I took a ribbon, I folded it in half, and I put a doily on the front, and I took a ribbon and just did a 1-stitch binding there. Now I lost my lady. We'll leave it here. All right, let's go back and chat. Oh, Anne, I must have walked away. Can you believe I'm having a bit of a tidy up? That's what I need, Janet. A bit of a tidy up. A bit of a tidy up, Janet. That's what I need. Oh, dear. I love that. A tidy up. That's going to be a catchphrase for me from now on, Janet. A tidy up. I love how you said that. a bit of a tidy up needs to happen in this room. I don't want to go anyplace today, but I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to. All right, let's see what else is going on. Roy says, going to get this beautiful full day started. Thank you all for making it even brighter. See you all later. So Roy had to go. He's going to go enjoy his beautiful day. And Laura's in here. Janet Nash is here. Barb's here. Barbara Chicken Pot Pie Society. Barbara says, hi, my Janet. Talk if Canada in the chat. As long as it's going to be about me and it's then wonderful. Of course it is. They're probably talking about me, Barbara. Let's see. And here is a nice quote about autumn. Autumn is my favorite color. That is a nice quote. I like that quote. Now I'm going to have to go in, and there's going to be more on, so I'm going to put the photos on the backs where the embroidery is. And these have been machine embroidered. But see, I got an opposite page over here. I've got an opposite page over here. Now I'm going to stitch. I'm not going to tape these. I might put a little piece of tape on it to hold it, but I'm going to do a stitch, like a cross stitch, and it won't be fancy stitch. Oh, I might do one or two fancies, but, and then maybe I'll come in with a quote or something, but it'll be something that, or it could even be a sticker. I don't know what I'm going to do. We'll worry about these pages later. All right. Let's go back to my chat. Hi, Trace. Good morning, Trace, if you're out there listening. Janet says, I live all the seasons as they come around. I say spring is my favorite. I like spring too, and early summer. I like fall and I like winter. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. She says she lives all the seasons as they come, but spring is her favorite. Candy says, autumn is becoming an extension of summer. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And you know, we had a late winter here. We got that. In fact, it was, I looked at when I put my community tab, I put the way it was like -25 and -15. That was only a month ago. That was like the 15th and 16th of February. And it's not even today is the 11th. So that was a month ago that we had sub-zero weather, -24, -25 degrees out there. Brr. And now, today, well, I don't know if I have the weather on this one or not. Do I have the weather on this one? Yeah, well, this says 32. That's probably about right. Let's see, loading weather information. To continue, all right, we'll do it. You want to know where I am? I'm in the middle of nowhere. Loading weather information. We'll let it load. Let's go back and whoops. I think it's still thinking here. Oh, it's 34 now. It feels like 25 and it's sunny. Tap here to change the default weather location. All right. Well, we're not going to do that. Let's get out of that and come back into chat. Doop. And every time I do that, I have to get back in. I'm in top chat. And I'm back down to the bottom. Hi, Natty. Good morning, Natty. Hi, Randy Rabbit. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Hi, Deborah Mayo. Oh, thank you, Deborah. I love it when Deborah Mayo shows up in my streams. Deborah Mayo, she gifted me. I call it an art studio in a box. That was, I mean, you all have gifted me boxes of stuff, but Deborah, I think, was one of the first ones. Her and another lady, oh, way back when, I started getting this Happy Mail, but Deborah Mail sent me a big box, and I remember it was an art studio in a box, Deborah. Janet Nash says, I'm glad we're here to keep each other company. This is where they were talking about the weather, and Bootsy left and wished us all a happy day. Trace is here. Candy's here. Did I say hello to you, Candy? Good morning, Candy. Anne says, when I lived outside of Buffalo, we had snow from Halloween to Mother's Day. Yeah, Mother's Day is around the 1st of May, isn't it? Between like the 6th to the 10th of May, up around in there. Yeah, you can still get snow in May. My brother and I were talking about it, and we said it'll probably snow when our daffodils come up and freeze. That's usually what happens. Trey said, Anne, the airport in Sydney has been closed due to the lack of flights because of COVID. A huge blow to the economy. I'm so sorry, Trace. Wow. Val is here. Hi, Val. Good morning. Anne says you can actually fly nonstop from Orlando to Halifax. Now, I think Halifax is in Nova Scotia, isn't it? It's up north. I used to know a lady from up that way, or know of her from our streams. Not our streams, but from being online. Candy says, yes, we did, Therese. If my husband had his choice, we would move to Newfoundland. Is that where Halifax is, Newfoundland? It's up north. Yes, he was, and he served in the Navy, and yeah. Well, how'd you get? Let's see. Roy, we had a few young men in our neighborhood who came to Canada to avoid the draft. Yeah. Back in the 70s, the late 60s and early 70s, we had young men who did not believe in the Vietnam War. And rather than getting drafted, they would go up to Canada. And some of them were just conscientious objectors. We had one, like I told you, when I went to high school, I worked in a Mennonite nursing home. And we had a young man who worked in that nursing home, and he declared himself a conscientious objector, but he worked in the Mennonite nursing home, and that's kind of how he avoided. But yes, my brother was in the Navy. And he was stationed in Pearl Harbor, but they floated him down to the Philippines and Vietnam and up in there in the 70s. That was a different time. You know, it seems like every generation, and our generation, I think, has had more than our share, because I was alive, I was a young girl, but there was the Korean War, the Vietnam War, there's the, whatever it was in Northern Africa. It really wasn't a war, it was more of a conflict. And then there's the war over in Iraq, and just too much war in our generation, if you ask me. We need some peace. Although we're kind of at peace now, but I don't know. Hold your breath. Bootsy says, if my military draft physical had gone differently, I probably would be a Canadian citizen today. There's nothing wrong with that. People have different ideas about what is important to fight for. And you know, in the 70s, they were sending those young men way over across the world to fight in a war that, you know, yeah, we were involved in it because we were trying to help keep peace in that part of the country, but it really wasn't over here. I have my own, I'm not sure how I feel about it even today, but there were people who did not like the Vietnam War. Anne says, we also visited several breweries along the way, and I can't scroll up to see what that, oh, we're talking about Newfoundland. Candy says, I have a friend in Newfoundland. Several years ago, we took a trip and drove through Canada along Nova Scotia. We went to Prince Edward Island, back up the mainland, and took the ferry to Newfoundland. It was a wonderful trip. I would love to go visit Canada someday. I think it's a beautiful country. Halifax indeed is in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. Good morning, everybody who's come in. I'm going to set this aside, and we're going to play in my little journal here for the remainder of the stream. Well, before I leave, remind me to show you where my bag is. Let's play in this a little bit. What I want to do is go back over to these larger ones over here and kind of trim them down to fit. I hate to do that, but I'm just going to kind of trim them so that they fit on here, sort of. Do I want this to be top? Yeah, I think I want this one to go up at the top. So I could leave this one larger. I could leave these larger, but I don't know if I want to. Now her I could, I don't know. I could leave them larger. Shall I leave them larger? It'll add some, then I won't have to trim them. Let's just put them like this as I go here. Then I won't have to trim them. And this is just a journal to play in. Just a little stitchery journal to, little mini journal to play in. I need to get out Becky's mini journal that I'm working in. Yeah, I think I'm liking them like this. These are cool. Mr. Tim Holt's photo, found relatives. Oh, now I was going to mix up some of these men. Remind me to do that as we work here. I got all the men at the back. All the men are at the back of the journal. And that's how I pulled them out of the package. And we'll put her at the back here. All right, I do think I like that. And it lays pretty flat. Pretty flat. Then I could put a piece of broken jewelry on here. All right, so let's open this one up. And I'm going to stitch this one first. So let's get out my, where'd Penelope go? She's here. And I'm going to use this red thread because I like it. And it'll go with the red in the florals. And I'm laughing at, this was tucked way underneath the papers and I was pulling it out. So let's see what kind of a needle. I think some of these needles don't have a big enough eye for that thread to go in. These longer ones don't. And that is going to fall out if I'm not careful, Penelope. Was I using this one to sew with? I think I was. Oh, look, I've got red thread on it from whatever I was doing. No, it's just in there. Let's use it first. Use up my scrap thread. And we'll do a couple of these. And if I don't like them, I'll take them out again. And I think, am I going to get it in there? No, I need a larger eye needle here. Yeah, there it went. There it went. All right. Let me get a band. Hold that shut while I'm working on it. Maybe. Maybe. No, it's going to be too big. I don't know if this can hold everything. It might. There. That's pretty good, just to hold it temporary. So I'm going to stitch. I should have stitched them before I bound the journal, but that doesn't always work either. Let's do it this way. Now, that works pretty good. I'm going to let this show on some of these, and then on some of them it won't. So let's see what I can do. I want to put an X. And we're going to just let it. Shall I let it? No, I want it on this side. And I'm going to just go right through the paper. And it may be a funny X. And I should, before I do that, let's get out some tape and just put a little piece of tape in the center. And oh, I'm floating down to the floor. Let me fix my chair. All right, let's just take a little piece of tape just to help hold it. And this won't be in the same place, but it'll be about the same place right there. Alrighty. So we're going to come through the fabric, Mary. Now, I didn't go through my fabric. It's not a sharp needle. My sharp needles have smaller eyes. That makes sense, doesn't it? Now, let's pull this. Let's make a long tail. Don't ask me what I'm doing here because I'm not sure I can tell you. And you know what? I'm going to get my... Well, that went through her face. Oh, well. And I'm going to bring it down this way. Let's bring it like that. This is not meant to... This is meant to be a fun exercise. Kind of went through her face there. I'm going to pull this more. I want a long tail because I might go back in on that. There. Okay. Now I was thinking a smaller X, but I've already punched this. Maybe I should punch it first. And I'll do that next time. This is my first one. And if I don't like it, I can always take it out. There, something like that. We've surrounded her with an X. So now, how am I going to handle this? I want that to go back in and under, and it will come up. Now, I need another needle. Let's see if I have another one. Penelope, where are all my needles? Buy some more today, Mary. Yeah. Let's see if I can get one in here. Hand needles, heavy duty. But I don't know if the eyes are big enough for that thread. And I know they aren't big enough here. Where's that other? Now let me get out of... I got this needle case at Walmart. And one of these might be big enough. We're going to thread this thread from both ends. Oh, yeah, they give you a case. Oh, this might make a nice stencil. Let's keep that one. And this will make a nice tag. We'll keep that one. And this is going back to my drawer. And this is on plastic. This goes inside of here. So, but let's see. See, that's not too sharp. I want one of these, but I don't think that thread will go through. It's too thick. So I need big-eyed needles. And this one's got a curvy point, and I already have one with a curvy point. I like my curvy points, but well, let's put this back in here. All right, let's see what I can do here. This is just play. This is just play. If I don't like it, I'll take it out. And even with this big-eyed needle, this thread has a hard time going through it. Get in there. Okay. So I want this. My next one, I'm going to poke the holes first. I want this one to come down, maybe right in there. In there. And so on the back, they'll be diagonal. I unthreaded that, but that's good. We'll just tie a little knot here and let it hang. I didn't need this much thread for this, but this was a piece of scrap thread anyway. And then I'm just going to snip this. There. Throw that away. I can't keep everything. Now, see, I poked holes in her unintentionally. So on this one, we're going to poke my holes. Let's get my cutting board out. What did I do with my cutting board here? I had it this morning. I was cutting this stencil. We'll use this one underneath of the... There. Should I zoom in a little? I feel like I'm so far away from you guys. Let me zoom in a little. I look at the tablet here and I'm like, how do you guys see anything? Let's adjust my camera there and let's zoom in. There. Now I might be in a little far, but if I keep it centered, I'll be okay. Now here I'm going to poke my holes first. Here. So I need it to go through the... My needle can actually go through the fabric, but there, 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 and there for now. And what did Mary do with her needles? There's one of them. Did I put the other one back in? Was this it? No. Where did the needle float off to? Here, it's right here. All right, we're going to use this one. And I'll eventually come up with a better way to do this. You guys are probably giving me all sorts of good advice out there that I'm not listening to. That I'm not stubbornly not listening to it and just not hearing it. Because I'm in my own little world. Now, this is hard to thread. This needle's hard to thread. Get in there. All right. Except I wanted to come through the back. And I didn't do that. Here. We might let the tie be on the front. In there. And coming through the back might be the problem. Just coming through that embroidery piece here. And it doesn't want to come through. So I'm going to have to poke my holes through the fabric too. Otherwise, I'm not going to know where to come back through at. I can kind of feel it. So I want to go across this way. Here. So I want to come over here. Right in there. Yes. I like that, but my problem is I just want to do one X. And I could go back down. I'm wanting to rethread this needle. See, when you do cross stitching, you go here to here, or from here to here, from there to there, and from there to there across your fabric. But I'm just wanting to do one little stitch here. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make it. I'm going to have to do, when you put your needle back down into a hole that already has a thread through it, in the needlework world, they call that a dirty stitch, because I don't know why they call it dirty, but it always, I mean, they could have chosen another name for it, but they call it a dirty stitch when you put a threaded needle down through the center of a hole that already has thread in it. They call that a dirty stitch. And why they call it dirty, I don't know. But this would have been much better if I would have done this before I bound it. But I didn't. And it wants to come back up through here. Now, I've got my lines on both sides. Now I'm going to have to do that if I want to make it, this is not going to be an X. It's not an X there, but I'm going to have to do kind of like a little square thing here, a little, in order to make it an X on this side without rethreading my threads, which is okay. It's okay. It's okay. And we'll go in and keeping this flat. See how I did it it makes a little, and it will come. Sorry, got this in the way. This one's in the way. Get out of my way. Out of my way. In here. Come over here. Oh, it kind of make, I can make, kind of make it like a little floral here. A little three-tiered thing. Now I got this hanging. I'm going to take that, and I think I'll thread that back through too, but I'll do that later. I'm going to take this and kind of thread it in here. Like that. And we'll make a little knot. I kind of like that. That's a little decorative stitch. And of course I've got my clamp here to deal with. There. Now I'm going to cut this and let this hang, and then I'll take that other piece later. I'm going to leave a good hang on it. And then I'll take this other piece and have it. I could make a little decorative stitch out of this too, but I think I'm going to put it back down through and then tie it onto this one, and we'll just have little decorative stitches on there. I think I'm happy with it. Now I could have brought my thread across here and made like a little frame type thing, and I might do that on one of them. I'm just playing. Let's play with another one. Let's play with another one. Let's play with this one. So I put that one up high on the page. I want this one to come down low. And this time I'm going to put a stitch here, a stitch here, and a stitch here, and a stitch there. But instead of poking my holes, once I get it on, I'm going to poke my holes here first. And I don't have to do X's all the time. I could just do little V's like this, in, let's see, under, in, under, over, and pull it on the back. And that would make a frame. Let's do that. Let's make a little 3 holes on each corner here. You guys are seeing it. Maybe you'll see it better on the back here. Here. There. And there. I'm going to do that in every corner. There. There. And there. Here. I'm just playing. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock. Do you guys know if Kathy's streaming today? Kathy Berg? Did I see a post that said, what? Oh, when did I see that post? Bye, Candy. Have a great day. Let's see. I don't know if Kathy is streaming today. I might go over just a little while I get this one in, and then I'll stop. I think this one will go pretty fast because I know where I'm going with it. I think I know where I'm going with it. All right. And then I'm going to take a little piece of tape and put it on the back to kind of hold it while I'm stitching it. Would you guys watch and let me know if Kathy Berg comes on? I don't know if she's streaming today. I thought I saw a post, but it could have been an old post that I saw. I thought I saw a post on Twitter, but I don't know if that was recent or not. All right, so I'm going to put this one right down in here. Right down in there. And I could just tape it, but no. So I'm going to come, let's see, how did I say? From the bottom here, from the bottom up, and then down, and then up. I might have a couple dirty stitches, but we've got to start from the back. And I'm just kind of feeling where my holes are poked here. I can feel them. That one I can't feel so well. I'm going to put it right in there, like that. And I'm going to leave a tie on it. I probably need a longer thread. I'm going to unthread this because I need a longer thread because I'm going to go all around. You slept late this morning, Becky? Good for you. Sleeping in is a luxury, isn't it? I almost slept in, and then I thought, no. Yeah, good for you, Becky. Would you guys kind of watch and... Is that Beck streaming, and it's Mrs. Gigi later than Beth? I think, Becky, are you streaming this afternoon? I don't think I'm going to be able to watch you, Becky, because I tried to log on this morning with my laptop, and the Windows update has completely killed that idea. And so I went back to my phone. But my phone, if I don't take this in pretty soon, I'm going to run into trouble with it. I've got to take that phone in. All right, I'm going to go in here. And I'm going to leave a pretty long tail on this. So I can do what I want at the end of it. Let's get it adjusted here. Pretty long tail, about 6 inches. And I'll be snipping it off. And then I didn't clip this other. Then I'm going to take my thread here. Just give Penelope back her needle. She said, another needle, Mary? And I'm going to go in here, down in, and I have to go through the fabric. I didn't poke holes in the fabric. And that's a little, the needles are dull, blunt needles, so they're a little hard to go through. But the sharper needles have smaller eyes. And I can't put this crochet thread through small eyes. There. So I'm going to go in through here. Of course, I'm using a long thread again. In through here. Now I'm going to tie this in a little knot. I'm going to bring this thread over on this side and go down in, which one is it? in here. Right in there. Is that it? No, it's over further. Here. In there. Hi, Suze. Hi, Nettie. Nancy says, Kathy Berg usually streams on Tuesday mornings. Yes, I know that, but I thought I saw a post where she said she wasn't going to stream, but I don't know if it was this week or last week. I know she comes on about this time on Tuesday mornings. She usually streams on Tuesdays around 9. Kathy, if you're out there, let us know. I hope she's not waiting for me to end. I want to finish this picture and then I'll get off. I always jump in with more than I could just tape these in, but no, I've got to play here. So I'm coming down into that. Yeah. And I'll have red on the back here, but I can put ephemera on here. Now this is kind of this is not meant to be a beautiful, beautiful journal. This is a fabric journal where we're just playing with our slow stitching and our... All right, so I went back in there. Now I need to come back through over, and it's straight on here, but it looks crooked over here. But it's okay if it's crooked. It's okay. Oh, I have a woodpecker someplace, Sue says. She cut off their tails with a carving knife, 3 blind mice. 3 blind mice. All right, now I got to go back through this one. To make this little corner stitch here. Because if I go to town today, I want to get a fairly early start. All right. Then from here, we'll just have a little angle stitch in there. And I'm going to come down this way. And it kind of frames this little rose in a way. And maybe I'll put a little piece, maybe I'll put a little ephemera or maybe a little rose piece cut out here, right in the corner. That would look nice. It needs to be tied a little tighter. Let's keep going here. So I want to come down vertically until I get to this one. And I can see that pretty good. Into the corner here. Mm-hmm. And in there, I was talking about today, Nancy. Kathy didn't stream because of Tanya and Lisa's stream. Was that last week? Oh, okay. Well, I hope Kathy just goes ahead and goes on. I'm going to get off as soon as I get this picture stitched in. I'm not going to go all hours. I might go a little over here. Kathy, if you're out there, you just go ahead and don't wait on me. I'll be done here in a minute. You guys watch for her. Somebody message her and tell her I'm jumping off here in just a few minutes as soon as I get this stitched in. I should let her know. I don't know. Here. Then I'm going over this way to, I can kind of see them through this thin fabric. I can kind of see the holes. I can feel them. here. And in here. Aunt Beck slept in today. And then there. I'm just about done here. I don't like stomping on other people's time. I don't think that's too polite. Even if I go over just a little. I don't like stomping on other people's time. I know it's the internet, but let me hurry and get done here. And bring this up here. And then I'm just going to bring it in to this one here. And I have to turn it. So I've kind of framed this little rose over here, and I like that. This I just kind of got in the corner. I might come and put a thread in, or I might just put some ephemera in there. This has to come over here to this one. If I can feel it. It's right in there. And down into here. There we go. Now, I got a long thread here. I'm going to put a long thread there. Snip it off. Give Penelope my needle. I still have a long thread here. Take this off. Let's tie these together because I want this a little tighter. There. All right, I'll deal with this hanging threads another time. We're just going to let them hang for now because I might put a little charm on here. That would be nice. And I might put a little piece of ephemera in there. Let's open it up. My pictures are... Where's my beginning? This is the beginning, Mary. There. It's going to be cute once it gets done. Once it gets done, it'll be cute. And I have a little closure here. And by the time I get more ephemera in there, this closure will probably just be enough to hold it closed. I'll probably put another ribbon closure here, maybe a button or a pearl earring or something. So, and I'll have little fabric pictures, maybe some ephemera or some quotes on there. And then I've got all of these in here. All right, so there's that. We worked on that this morning, and I cut a stencil this morning. I cut a stencil. Let's put it this way. And I worked on my bag this morning. Let's get my bag out and see how it's doing. It's over here on the floor. Oh, I'm liking it. For the background. For the background. Now let me zoom out. Let me zoom out. Hold on. Jersey. The South is different than the North with people in the hustle and the bustle. Cheryl says. I don't know what you're talking about. So we painted the back of our bag. I've kind of got a washy area in here. And, you know, I might come through. I might play with this area yet. I might do more on this, but I'm loving it. It's kind of a, this is my bag, going to be the project bag, and it'll be cut here. And, you know, this will be the inside of it. And Becky, I think, is going to line hers on the inside. I don't know if I need to line this because it's pretty heavy. This is that painter's drop cloth. And I really don't think this needs a lining. And look, that paint with that textile medium opened my paint quite a bit, but it did not soak through that bad. It held the paint pretty good here. So I did this last night. It's not done. The lions aren't done. And then I did this morning. And I feel like I need to do some more in here. This isn't quite done. I have to think about it. But that's what I worked on this morning. We'll put this like so. Like so, and maybe put my little journal up there for my thumbnail. Thank you, Janice. Mary, I believe that's a strawberry. Look at the flower beside it. Oh, on my... Yes, I think you're right. Right in here is a strawberry and a little white flower there. I think you're right, Suze, on this little hanky type napkin, whatever it is. They're 5 by 7. And I think I had 14 of them. And I'm putting little, I might come in here with little bling or some kind of little decorative piece in here, a little quote or something will go, well, this is the first page. But see, I like how this frames off here. And forget the hanging threads for now. This is just as I'm working. Maybe some ribbon. Some pretty silk ribbon would be nice in here too. Maybe a little silk ribbon bow. And I'll do different types. Like here I did the X's. I did X's here. Here I kind of framed it and did a 3 little corner tier in here. 3 little corner piece. So yeah, we'll see. And I could even put some little, you know, Rosemary has little, she takes little scraps of fabric and she'll put those straight stitches. Well, she probably cuts them off of her Kwanzaa quilts. But those might be nice. Get a little piece of hanky even. Cut up some, I got some old hankies, not good ones, but some old ones that might look good over on the other side here. So, and I got enough pictures for the entire book. So there we go. Let's fold this back up and say good morning to everybody. Did Kathy come on? Let's see, I see Gail. I see Cooking Foodie. She's probably waiting for me to get off, knowing Kathy. She's such a sweetie. All right. So that's what I worked on this morning. And Beck, are you streaming this afternoon? Or a bit of lace? Oh yeah, Becky, a bit of lace would be nice too. Ooh, I love that idea. Let's see what Becky answers me. Are you streaming this afternoon at 3 Eastern, 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Eastern, 2:30 at 3:30 Eastern? I have to take my phone in, Becky. I don't know if I'll be home in time, but I'll watch, and then tomorrow morning I'll work on my stuff again. Now today is Thursday. Tomorrow night is our live stream. Our live stream hop. It's not tomorrow night, it's tomorrow morning, so I can't work on my bag tomorrow morning. We're going to do masterboards. And I might do my masterboard on this canvas. I might do my masterboard on this canvas, and it might end up being tags. I might do, and we're using masterboards using things that we haven't used in a long time. Unused art supplies with our masterboards. We'll see what I come up with. Aunt Becca's going to be on at, okay, 9:30 p.m. for me, Janet says. 6:30 for 3:30 Eastern for Becky this afternoon. She's just going to go finish painting the picture. I'm going to get a heavy needle today, and I got to take my phone in. Have a great day, everybody. I'll catch up with you at the live stream tomorrow morning. Our live stream hop tomorrow morning. Bye. Have a great day. And Kathy, if you're out there waiting for me to jump off, thank you so much. Bye.